Ladies and gentlemen, this is unprecedented selling pressure. We've never seen anything like this ever before. We are talking immense weakness across the board. Crypto, stocks, bonds. Look at this thing. This is the Bitcoin. We are looking at Bitcoin get absolutely pummeled right now, down almost 6% over the 24-hour period. This isn't just impacting the Bitcoin instruments. This is also impacting certain assets in the stock market, such as one and only MicroStrategy trading over here at 225 with a low of 224.9. I am short this via puts with a strike of 220 with 2 weeks to go on the expiration. So if this continues, which I suspect it will due to the bullshit tariffs that are going on, this should give us a little bit of recovery from some of the bad trades we made last week. Will we see a little accumulation off these lows? Probably people trying to dip buy, but I don't think they realize how fucked up these tariffs actually are. They are serious, they are extremely substantial, and they're not to be taken lightly. 74,706 is the price here on Bitcoin currently, and we are absolutely seeing heavy sell pressure across the board. Markets are crashing in real time in terms of the equities as well. A little accumulation off the low briefly. We did just see a sell down to 49.20. We're at 49.34. Absolute slaughter fest here. We're 7 ticks off the low here on MicroStrategy. Love to watch this thing get pummeled. The thing about MicroStrategy is it's a scam. They sell bonds to buy Bitcoin, and they don't have any more cash to buy the dip. And if they do sell stocks, then they're diluting the shares, and the shares go down because people are selling the shares to raise cash to buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin goes lower. It's a reinforcing trend. So we got ourselves quite a situation here. Could we see a little rally off the lows here? Yeah. If some idiots want to buy this, let them. Massive selling pressure. A little bit of stabilization off the lows currently. We just saw a nice lag lower though. We saw some new lows on the S&Ps. This is a 1-minute chart. If we look at the hourly, you can see how it's been just consistent pressure overnight. And the tariffs come out also. They started on China apparently at 12 o'clock afternoon. They'll start collecting them at midnight. So it could be substantial. Of course, you're going to have some people covering their shorts. If they sold them through 75, 800, and they just are over leveraged and they want to take some profit, that's what you're going to be seeing. People take profit. People are a little too short term. That is what you're seeing occur at this moment. People are taking a little bit of profit here off these lows, but as you can see, the trend is just, you can't mistake it. It's dangerous. And if they take out this low, they're trying to buy this dip here at 474, 431. That's what's happening right now. If they take that out, then you take out a lot of stops below that, some sell stops. You're looking at some serious trouble. But it's definitely expected. The weakness is expected. I personally wouldn't be surprised if we hit some circuit breakers tomorrow. We are looking at some of the worst economic policies in history that are coming through from the United States government, and that is part of the reason we are seeing this heavy pressure. So despite the fact that nobody is here to watch this live stream, we are still here because in the future this might be a cool video. We're watching the S&Ps trade 4,925. We are looking at the session low of 4,920 with a even 4,920 even, no extra cents on top of that. Trading now 4,926. So we are 6 points above the low. Very weak session. Very weak session already, 2% nearly. As the Lakers trail the OKC 74-82. I do have some money on the Lakers as well. Just side story. A little diversification from trading. MicroStrategy comes off the lows just a bit here, trading at 27.05, 227.05 off the low of 224.9. That's also, again, going to be highly correlated to Bitcoin. But the fact that they're breaching these lows is absolutely a major concern for anybody that's long these instruments, especially the levered individuals, anybody that's got leverage here on these Bitcoin futures, anybody that's got leverage here on the S&Ps. You can see, look at the S&Ps. This is a little bit of divergence you're seeing. You're seeing divergence in the sense the S&Ps on the low, and Bitcoin already put in the new low and is trying to rally. But the fact that one of these is pretty much on the low and the other is trying to pop just indicates that they're working in a little bit of a offset timing, meaning they're not necessarily going to be at the same low at the same time. You might see one go, then the other, then one rallies, then the other rallies, then one goes, then the other. And that's normal. 4,923.75 trade here on the S&Ps, low 4,920. S&Ps are trading on the session low, about 2% weaker on the day. Very substantial weakness here, 4,922.5 trade. We are 2.5 points off the session low, already down 2%. Tariffs are coming at midnight in terms of enforcement. We just traded down to 4,920. You didn't even see it. It was so quick. And now they're back to 25. There is a lot of volatility here, people. Lot of volatility. If you are trading these instruments, you've got to be careful with your leverage, because look at the leverage on these things. Overnight used to be 400, 500 bucks for an S&P. It's 16,000 now to trade the S&P on Webull. They are skyrocketing margin as a result of feared liquidity crises, and we've already seen the treasuries see substantial volatility in the 3-year swaps, as we saw from Zero Hedge on Twitter. And now we're trading here 4,921.75. Ladies and gentlemen, we are a point and 3 ticks off the low, 4,920 here on the S&Ps. We're looking at the 1-minute chart right now. We do not have much support. If we're trading now 1 tick above the low, 4,920 quarters trade right now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the low of the day here on the S&P Mini. We are trading 4,920 quarter. New low. Look at that new low, 4,912 quarter. We just dropped 8 points in less than a second pretty much. Huge new low, huge volatility. I am here for the volume. I am here for the volatility. This is not every day that I broadcast like I used to for 4 years on the trading floor of Chicago Board of Trade. But this volatility does warrant. Bitcoin's at 75,433, and we see a little bit of a reprieve off the lows. They try to buy the low here from April 7th. I don't expect that lasts long. I see risk off across the board. I see it because of the tariffs. People do not realize what's going on. We did put in a new low, 4,912 quarter. That's huge. We're trying to get a little reprieve off that. We did probably see a little bit of capitulation, The fact that there was really not much time in between the break of 20 all the way to 12, probably going to see a little bit of a pop off that briefly. I, again, am extremely bearish overnight and into tomorrow because, frankly, I think China is going to take extreme measures, and they should, quite frankly. They are entitled to respond to a tariff of 100%. Who in their right mind imposes a tariff of 100% on a country that has done nothing but produce for us the most affordable products possible? The iPhones necessarily aren't the only thing that are important out of China. I mean, there's tons of stuff that these people have given to us for pennies on the dollar compared to what it would be in the United States, and now we're trying to punish them for it. It makes no sense, and this is why the markets are tanking, and China is saying, well, we have to sell our U.S. equities. We don't trust them anymore. We have to sell our U.S. bonds. We don't trust them anymore. We have to sell everything American because what if they confiscate it? This is the type of logic that's going on right now. People in foreign countries are saying, hey, why are we holding these assets if they could be confiscated or if they're taking punitive damages against us for nothing? We've done nothing but produce, and we are being punished. This is why I say China is not to be messed with. They are a serious country. They have serious production capabilities. And as a Republican in the past, I used to think Trump, oh, wow, he's great. He's going to end the war in Russia. He's going to end the war in Ukraine. It's going to be peace and prosperity. Was I mistaken? Absolutely. He comes in with these tariffs. The market tried for days and days to rally. I want to bring you back to the daily. These right here were the very valid rally attempts. The market back here on March 13th all the way up to March 25th really thought the tariffs were a joke. They did not expect the tariffs to be real. From March 13th to 25th, it was trying to rally. The market was extremely strong, and I could see it was trying to rally. But every time the President of the United States was on the headlines, the market would drop. And now you would see these rallies on the 7th. It would try to recover. He would finish his comment, say, maybe we'll be simple on the auto. Maybe we'll withhold auto tariffs. And the market says, oh, great. There are not going to be any tariffs. So what happens? He starts buying, and the market starts accumulating equities. But then what happens the next day? He comes out on the headlines. He says, the tariffs are coming, people. And then they drop it. And then there's about a week where there's no comments other than constructive tariff conversations, such as we can work together with Canada, we can work together with Mexico, and that's where you saw this rally. But then, when did all of it break loose? I remember vividly. It was a press conference where they said they'll announce early tariffs on auto sector. That was the beginning of the end. I looked at GM before the close of the bell, and I said, this thing's going to get hammered. I didn't buy any puts. I had them in my ticker. This was the day. We were talking about the 26th. Before the close, they said we're going to announce tariffs at the end of the day. Nobody believed them. Nobody believed what they were about to do. They do it. They say we're going to add the tariffs. GM gaps lower, and that was pretty much the end of it. Now, what we're seeing come in more recently, and yes, it's a risk-off environment for everything. Bitcoin is trying to accumulate off this bottom from the April 7th lows. I do not anticipate those lows hold. It is a weak market. We are looking here at real-time pricing. The S&Ps are at 49.2675. The old low was 49.20. They have accumulated off the 49.20 after they breached 49.20. They dropped to 49.32. They dropped, 49.12 and a quarter. They dropped to 49.12 and a quarter when they breached the low from 49.20. It was very quick. Volume was high. They have accumulated since, but there's a little wick here after failure to push through 49.35. I do suspect we see new lows here today. I absolutely suspect it. We are here. We had a couple viewers. We are looking at the fact that the market has to deal with these tariffs being applied at midnight. They start collecting them. Trade now 49.31. Could see a little bit of a retrieval of these lows right now. A retrieval from sell pressure. I think that's fair. I don't think it's going to last long. So we're trading now 49.33 quarter. Just watching here. $49.33 is trade. 49.33 is trade. Market's chopping it up. 29.50 is trade. They just dropped 4 points. This is a very volatile overnight. Very volatile overnight here. 29.5 trade. $29.5 up to 30. 49.30s trade. A little bit of chop. Not too surprised here. A little bit of chop. Little chop action. $49.30s. 36s trade. A little bit of a pop here. Some of the short covering probably happening here. Excuse me for the sounds. 49.32s trade. Pretty wild that they dropped down to 49.12 though. But you can see that it's kind of compressed. The selling pressure is somewhat compressed right now. We're seeing essentially the market's inability to firmly break away from a consistent 5,000 area, which they've been maintaining since the 6th of April. You could see the gap lower at Sunday evening, the attempted rally on fake news that was most likely intentionally disseminated for manipulation purposes. Excuse my noise. 49.36 is 37s now do trade. So they dropped down to 49.12 and a half, and they're slowly recuperating off that low. That was a very quick drop. Some of these people are covering their shorts. We're trading right now at 49.39.75. 49.39.75 to trade. MicroStrategy's down about 3.5%. 49.39.75 trade. 49.41. So they're certainly trying to accumulate. They did do this earlier, around 8:16 p.m. and about 30 minutes ago. Excuse me. And it didn't last long. They put a new low in after. Could they rally? Yeah, they could. Could they shake up some positions? Absolutely, that's going to happen. It's a volatile session. It's 100% a volatile day. No doubt. 49.42 quarters trade. A little bit of a pop, down 1.5%. 49.42 quarters trade. Bitcoin's getting a little bit of a pop. Michael Saylor doesn't have anything to say. Nothing at all to say. Posting silly photos. MicroStrategy took 11% hit yesterday, down about 4% now. After the S&Ps break 49.12.75, there's support that we can start to look out around 48.32 is the next major support. Probably see a little bit of accumulation, but I think that they ultimately get through that by the end of the day. I am very bearish. I do think that they break into new lows for the period, the past couple months. I think that's inevitable here. 49.39 quarters trade. 49.39 quarters trade. A little bit of chop trade accumulating off the lows. 49.40s trade. 49.39s trade. That may be the extent of the rally that we see for the time being. If they start breaching prior minute lows, we could quickly start dropping. Right now we're trading at 49.38 quarter. Around 49.35, you start breaching that here quick. I think you're looking at some resurging sell pressure. Bitcoin's trying to stabilize. They are moving together. You can see they put in new lows together, and then they've accumulated. Didn't really breach that 35, so we are still in a somewhat trend higher, already selling them off the 45s back to 40. You can see a lot of volatility here. I think we're going to be in for a very wild session here. I think the fact that the overnight's already looking like this, I think it says a lot. I think it says a lot about the conditions. $49.41 quarters trade. 49.41s trade. Again, if they break through that 35, I do think we see some meaningful sell pressure take hold of the instruments here. 49.41s print. 49.43s print. We have not breached the support there just yet. No breach of support at 35 yet. 49.44s trade. A little bit of an accumulation mode right now. 49.43s trade. We are looking a bit of chop trade here higher. 49, 44, 75. It's a little bit of chop trade here on both Bitcoin. Solid recovery on Bitcoin. We're talking about a almost a 1,500 point recovery on Bitcoin. It's pretty substantial. Definitely substantial here. 49, 42 straight. I do think once one of these starts dropping, they both start dropping. I do think we'll be seeing revisiting the lows. 49, 45 straight. 49, 44 is trade. 49, 44s. We do see the tariffs take effect tonight in terms of collection. They're going to be around 105% on China at midnight Eastern time, I presume. 49, 45. So a little bit of accumulation. Bitcoin's back above 76. MicroStrategy's down only 2% now. Dropped down to 224. Now it's back to 232. I don't think we're done. I think we're getting a couple people that are buying right now, thinking that they're bottoms. And I think these are the people that are going to be screaming to get out here when we start making some new lows just in a few minutes, couple hours. I do not think the sell pressure is concluded personally, but I am bearish, might be slightly biased. 49, 44 quarters do trade. $49, $47 straight. Definitely accumulating right now. Bitcoin's starting to show some weakness. 75,855. This is who made the lows first last time. So if this thing starts getting rolling, I definitely think the S&Ps will be falling. I think that people are going to be heading for the exits. Donald Trump is absolutely clueless with what he's doing here. Let's take a look at financial headlines. Nothing crazy. At least 12 House Republicans consider signing anti-Trump tariff bill. That's definitely the only possibility of stopping this insane tariff action. I don't think it's necessarily enough to start the rally. 49,000, 4,950. I don't think we have enough support yet. We have an interesting situation going on in these markets. 4,950 straight. $4,950 trade. So we are off the lows here on MicroStrategy quite a bit. Everything's trying to recuperate. Copper is positive for the day. Couldn't take out that low from the 7th of April. Down there at 4.03. It's at 4.14 right now. Copper is definitely a risk asset. It's showing a little stabilization. $4,949 halves trade. Still very important to keep an eye out here on Bitcoin. This is kind of the first mover. If this thing starts rolling, I definitely expect the S&Ps to follow suit. 75,942. 75,902 is trade on Bitcoin, S&Ps. A little bit of a chop off the lows. 4,948. Excuse me. 49,000 would be wild. I'm sure one day it will be there, but not today. 4,950 quarters do trade. 4,949 and a half trade. Bitcoin's off the lows. A little bit of accumulation. They start to breach these higher lows that have been put in around 75,800 or 75,250. You're going to see a resurgence of that sell pressure that we've started to become accustomed to. Still no break of that 35 support here on the S&Ps. Absolutely a key support. Will indicate if they do get below it, some intense weakness attempting to return. 4,946 is trade right now. Bitcoin's at 76,000, unfazed. Phillies are losing to the Braves by 2, despite an early lead. Good thing I didn't parlay it. 76,000's trade. 4,948 on the S&Ps. Trade now 4,948. $4,947.5 do trade. Excuse me. These guys are nuts in the office. Zero Hedge says we can estimate the returns to the basis trade using the data on the cost of futures replication. We assume a leverage ratio of 20x and show cumulative performance excess of cash return. 20x appears to be a good approximation of leverage typically used in these trades. Repo and future margin do permit higher leverage. However, 20x leverage could generate 9-10% annualized excess returns using this. March 2020 would have more than wiped out equity capital in such a strategy, explaining the stress during the period. To the extent these strategies live inside of multi-managers, other capital may have injected during this period. Got to ask Grok what the hell that means. Bitcoin's starting to show a little weakness. If they can get through 75,800, you're going to be looking at some very intense pressure. Let's ask Grok. The treasury basis trade involves exploiting price difference between the futures and their underlying securities, often using high leverage. So basically what this is saying is that there's a huge treasury trade on between the underlying instrument and the actual the futures. So people are, if there's a disparity between the futures and the underlying actual bond, people are levering up heavy, and that's one of the issues here, it looks like. 75,972. We just haven't been able to breach any major support on this little rally that we've seen, and I think that it's normal when you make new lows to see a little pop. I do suspect if they start breaching some of these support levels, not so much the trend line, but more so the higher lows that compose of the trend line, such as 40,945. I think that if we start to take out that low in this, look at that wick up to 67, now back to 53. Massive volatility occurring. I don't necessarily get worried by this pop higher. The volume's not too substantial. It's been pretty light here throughout the accumulation phase. And I think if we start breaching some of these horizontal supports, you're going to be looking at some heavy sell pressure. So we look here, 4,956. There's definitely a lot of shorts in the market. Can they pop them quick? Yeah, they can. Can they squeeze out some of these shorts? Absolutely. Has it happened today? Yes, it happened earlier today. So we have a lot of leverage in these treasury products, it looks like. And it's pretty interesting. Never really paid attention much to it. I don't know how accurate that data is either. But it's an interesting concept nonetheless. Trading now on the S&Ps at 4,965. They just Did it again up to 4,988.5. Look at this volume. This volatility is insane. This is the craziest volatility I think I've ever seen overnight. It's absolutely incredible. So yeah, we got a little bearish engulfing here. I'm not surprised. Frankly, this looked a little exhausted. There was a lot of compression. I'm not surprised. I think we do see a little retrieval. That 49.35 is kind of the level I think is going to be important. If they start breaching that, I think then the selling returns. I don't think you necessarily want to be too aggressive on the sell side until you start recapturing some of those support levels. Right now we're down about 0.6% on the S&Ps. Still seeing a lot of volatility. They were up to 93, now they're back to 69. I mean, it's crazy what's going on here. These are huge moves. Now they're up to 49.81. These are huge moves. Huge. I mean, there's no fundamentals that are saying, hey, let's buy this thing. Really, there's not. The tariffs are real. They are going to go into effect. I think the market is just battling out positions right now and exposures. And I think that that's where we're seeing these massive spikes, because there's a lot of people that are short. And once they start breaking these highs, they get triggered out of their positions. And you see some accumulation. And then as the price gets higher, people take advantage and they start selling like we saw today. People are generally selling strength here. At least that's been the case today. We're trading now 4,973.75. Let's see. We already got a big drop off 93.25. Definitely out in a little bit of no man's land here at the top of a recent hour rally. Not much resistance in the short term. Definitely from the previous session we have some overhead resistance, but right now the short squeezing is kind of taking control here and in Bitcoin collectively. But again, once we start to break some of these moving averages, I do see a resurgence of sell control. So we just have to be patient and see if that can happen. Most likely that will happen. I do suspect immense volatility. We've already seen about a 100-point range from bottom to recent high. That's pretty substantial. We're still down about 1%. That's also substantial. Trading now 4,968.25. Bitcoin's at 76,208. So we do have a little bit of a pop off the lows, but still overall, heavy sell pressure is persistent in these risk assets. Copper just went negative again. That's important to notice because it's a bit of a risk. Well, they say it's negative on the left-hand side, but if you look at the previous low and the current open, it's actually not. So I take that back. Despite what it shows here on the left-hand side, it is not negative on the day compared to the previous close and the current open. So MicroStrategy's here at 234, dropped to 224. That's about a $10 rally. That's nothing. This thing's all over the place. S&Ps are still down about 1%. No major supports broken yet. Plenty of volatility. We're not going anywhere. I'm just going to get another beer. Excuse me. All right, guys. I'm just getting a quick beer, but look at this S&P. Here it comes, 4,960. Finally starting to see a little bit of a breach of some previous support. This 49.63 area, they tried to rally from it. They failed. So we're starting to see a little bit of resurgence here in some of the selling control. I'm not surprised that we have these little rallies because there's so much short pressure that is in the market that, yes, if they do start breaking some previous bar highs, it can really rally quick. So we've got to be careful. I still think this 49.45 is the area to really say, hey, the sellers are back, and you got to be careful at that point. But for this time, I would say, first of all, I would be very careful at these levels. I think you could sell right now, risking the current high of the day, 49.90. But even then, you might get shaken out. So I think you got to be careful with being too heavy. But I am bearish, nonstop bearish. Fundamentally, I think these tariffs are awful. I don't know how to necessarily translate that into a profitable trade, but I do think bearish. I think that's the case. 4,959, we're already down 1.2% here. MicroStrategy is down 1.5. Bitcoin did drop to 74,400, rallied back to 76,200. So it's about 2,000 point rally. That's pretty substantial there for Bitcoin. And I think that's part of the reason we're seeing this accumulation in the S&Ps as well. I think risk really had a big drop, and now they had to cover some of the shorts, margin reasons, and just exposure and profits. And now here we are looking at 4,965's trade, and we are talking about the S&Ps off the session low of 4,912 quarter. Heavy sell pressure did take control. Chopping it up right now. Trade now 4,977 quarter. Little chop trade taking place here. They put in that low real quick. You didn't even really see it happen. It was just so quick. It wicked down there, and that was it. And the market's kind of rallied since then. I think the shorts are a little exhausted. They saw that, and they're like, oh, my gosh, that might be it. I don't think that's it. I think we will see more sell pressure, but I do think that you're getting some profit taking. You're getting a little margin call action for people that are too short. I think you've got to be very cautious because you're looking at a 1.5% move, 2% move, and it's just 10 p.m. in pre-market. So we still have an entire session to go. We haven't even gotten to the primary day. Bitcoin's giving us a little drop. This is kind of important. If they start to take below all of these moving averages, then you could say, hey, this S&P is probably going to roll as well. They're very highly correlated here. Trading off 4,976 on the S&Ps. $4,979 quarter. Wow. Huge pop. 4,995 quarters. A little bit of a short squeeze here. Pretty sure Luka just fouled out of the fucking Lakers game. God damn, dude. What a fucking retard. Unbelievable. What a fucking idiot. Trade now 76,030 here on Bitcoin. 75,999. Here's a little bit of that sell pressure trying to come back. This seems to be moving first. If they start dropping Bitcoin, I do think that we'll see that resurgence and weakness here on the S&P. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is the top on Bitcoin for the day. I think you're going to be looking at 4,998.50 as the top, or roughly on here on S&Ps. But let's see what happens. They need to get through these moving averages and really just kind of continue that pressure. It definitely is a long-term weak trend here on the S&Ps. They took out the prior day low. A little bit of support down there at 4,832. We are looking at 49.88 trading right now on the S&Ps. Very choppy. I don't think right now is necessarily a good time to place a trade. I don't even know when a good time would necessarily be. I bought puts prior to the close today, holding them into tomorrow. I think there's going to be a lot of chop. Overall, I just take solace in the fact that the trend has been quite weak. Could they start rallying them again? Yes, they could, but we do have pretty harsh fundamental realities kind of changing the dynamics of the marketplace in real time, and I think that's why the volatility has been so substantial, and I think you got to try and take advantage of that with a well-established position that you kind of plan out to kind of ride it a little bit, not just for the day, for the hour. I think you got to try and get as long as a position as you can in terms of time. That's kind of this key to success here. I think you can't just say, oh, I'm going to try and short these 49.79 halves and try to make $1 million. You're not going to do it. If you could establish a position that says, okay, I think over the next 2 weeks there's going to be a 5% drop in the S&Ps from here to then, I think then you can put yourself in finding an expiration on these options that I've been trading, and you can say, all right, I need at least 2 weeks. That's what I've got on MSTR MicroStrategy. The 220 strikes for 2 weeks out next Friday. So I got a little bit of a buffer there, getting close to intrinsic value, plenty of time premium. So if we could just keep this sell pressure up, I think I'll be in a great position. Could the market rally tomorrow? Absolutely. Would it be uncharacteristic like for the market to rally? No, I don't think so. I think the market's dynamic and it can do whatever it wants. 4,981 quarters trade, but I've got my position. I'll let it roll. 76,226. We never broke through these moving averages down here. That's kind of important. These moving averages are supporting. If we were able to breach all of them, I think, yeah, we're looking at a situation where you can kind of watch it start dramatically dropping. Right now, it's just a little bit of chop trade. So we are keeping in mind midnight is when the tariffs start to get collected. And that's going to be very exciting development for the markets. We're looking here at 4,981 trade on the S&Ps, down about 0.8%. Bitcoin definitely was a leader in the weakness. It's kind of recuperated since then. It came off to 74,000 back to 76, so about a 2,000-point rally. And at the same time, the S&Ps came off to 4,912. I think they will be taking those lows out. I do expect that personally. I don't know if it will happen, but that's what I'm kind of expecting to see when I go to sleep and wake up in the morning. I do think that they'll be opening quite weak tomorrow. That's just my thought. 4,977.50s trade, highs 98.5. 4,977.50s trade, 89. Above is a little bit of resistance. Trade now at 77.5. Trade now at 80 quarter. 78 trade. 49.78 trade. $4,979 halves trade. Trade now 76,185. 76,226. Trade now 76,185. 76,202. 76,199 to trade. We're on Bitcoin here. We're looking at S&P's 4,979. They're chopping it up. $4,978 halves trade. Chop trade, ladies and gentlemen. Chop trade right now is the case. A little bit of chop. Don't expect much right now. We're below a critical high of 5,000. 5,000's got a lot of attention. They just sold off of it, and as far as support, you don't have any major breaks of support, so you're chopping it up right now. Start rolling through the 60 area, the 55s, then you can say we broke some critical support, but right now, nothing. Chop trade. 40,978 trade. High of the day is at 4,000. Correction, 5,014 and a half. High of the day here on the S&P Mini. A little bit of rejection here. You do see a rally. This is somewhat bearish. Of course, we have not broken any support to confirm. Trade now 49.80. $4,982 halves trade. Again, chop trade. It was fun a few minutes ago when we were making new lows, but for the past 40 minutes, it's been a slow grind higher. The start of the stream, we captured the low. If you want to go back to that, you can see we basically put in this low and nobody even was able to see it. It was just an instant wick. They took out the 49.20, dropped to 49.12 quarter in basically an instant. And then they rallied right after that. So basically nobody was able to enjoy the new lows, and they probably scared out some of these shorts, covered them up. But now you just keep in mind that if they do break these lows at 49.12 quarter after this attempted rally, it just means that the market's that much weaker. And all of these people that have been buying it from 49.12 up to 5,000 just recently here, they're gonna get their face melted. So you got to keep that in mind with this volatility. And margin requirements are stricter right now, pretty much across every platform, I would imagine. 4,976 quarters trade. We're down here about 0.8%, just shy of a percent. But they were down as much as 2%. I do suspect the weakness continues. I really do. We're trading now 76,170. $4,976 quarters trade. 76,171 trade. We're looking here at a bit of a failure to break the 5,000 level, and the sell pressure has ensued following such an event. 78 halves trade, but not enough. I would not say it's enough sell pressure. Now, you might say, where could I sell? Where can I get in a position here? If you're looking to get short, I'd say you break 49.74, and you risk this high up here at 4,983. I say that's a pretty reasonable assessment. Chop trade. BTC. Let's see if they can break these moving averages. They haven't been able to recently. Trade now 76,000. 76,000 trade. $76,000. If they could breach 76,000 here, we're looking at a nice period of weakness. All right, looks like we're trying to get the ball rolling down here again. On Bitcoin, at least. S&Ps are all over the place. 49.77 quarter straight. 49.80s trade here on the S&Ps. 49.80s trade. So there's just no follow through right now. There's no conviction. It's very choppy conditions. Dude, fuck Luka, whatever his fucking last name is. Just got a technical for no reason. 76,000's trading here on Bitcoin. S&P's at 49.86. They just can't get the weakness going. They can't really do much of anything. It looks like every time they buy it, they wick it. Every time they sell it, they wick it. $76,000. 76,000's trade. Fucking idiot. Two technicals in a goddamn basketball game. Now they're down 30 fucking points. Excuse my language. God damn you. Bunch of bullshit. Son of a bitch. This game's fucking over. Market's chopping. Maybe that's the bottom that they put in. Disgusting. Stupid fucks. This thing is just all over the place. Dude, fuck this. Fuck this. Luka Doncic is a faggot, and here we are trading 4,981 on the S&Ps. MicroStrategy's 237 was the close. We're at 234. It dropped to 224. Now it's popping. Can't maintain that pressure. He acts like one. He might not be one. Everybody, how's it going? We are looking at the S&Ps. They're chopping right above the session lows. The initial breakdown down to 49.12 and a quarter was quick, precipitous, and was followed by an equally potent short squeeze up to 49.98 half. Keep an eye on Bitcoin. This has kind of been the leader of weakness. This weakness that persisted from, in terms of Greenwich time, 1 a.m. to 1:30. That was what ultimately brought the S&Ps down to their low. You can see at 1:30 Greenwich. In terms of Eastern time, it's 8:30. So pretty much, you saw the price of Bitcoin drop first, and then you saw S&Ps come second. So we're kind of keeping an eye on Bitcoin because that is the leader of the direction of risk appetite assets. We got below the moving averages finally, and now we're starting to see this thing drop. And the S&Ps over here probably going to follow suit at some point once they start dropping through some of these uh, ascending higher highs. You can see they've already somewhat lost some of the strength of that trend higher. It's a little bit of a pullback right now, and if they start to breach some of this support around 49.75, could be looking at a return to the lows, especially if you see Bitcoin. Just watch Bitcoin. You see this thing hit new lows, probably going to see the S&Ps hit new lows shortly thereafter. All of these highs are fake. I mean, 49.99, 4,999 half is it's just, there's nothing. It, it's a goddamn bear market. The president is a moron. Risk appetite is off. Sell weak. Sell strength. Sell strength. That's my opinion. Not financial advice, just my opinion. 4,908, 4 quarters straight. we could see the market did actually test the lows of the session here. We're looking at 49.37 right now. MicroStrategy's down 3%, a little bit of a pop off the low. S&P's just a few minutes ago dropped down to 49.29. They're trading now 49.36. Wow, this thing's getting hammered. As I said in the video earlier, those highs that they were putting in were fake. They were not real. The market is getting hammered. Let me actually log in so we have real-time quotes. I just realized that market is getting absolutely hammered right now, people. 48.99's trade, 48.98's trade. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting hammered on the S&P. It's trading 48.95.75. Low today is 48.91. 94's trade, 95's trade, 95's trade, 94.75, 92 quarters, 92 quarters trade, 92.75's trade, 93's trade. MicroStrategy, we are short. I have puts on the S&P and I have puts on MicroStrategy. That's all I have right now. S&P is getting hammered so far, down 2.5%. MicroStrategy is down about 4.5%. Right now, the S&Ps are trading on the low of the day, 48.91 halves trade, 91 halves trade, 91.75, 92, 93. Little chop above the low of the day, 48.91. 90s, new low, 90 half. New lows put in here on this minute bar. New session lows come in here on the S&P right now, 48.93, 95's trade. A little bit of a pop off the low, 90 half is the low. It's nothing crazy. Could we get a short squeeze above 4,900? Yes. If they break above 4,900, you could see a short squeeze. Overall, the trend is lower. If you go back in the video about an hour and a half ago, we were trading up there at 49.90 half, 49.99 half. I said at that time it was a fake high. They were waiting for midnight because that's when the tariffs were starting to collect. There was a little hope in the market that, hey, maybe they will rescind the tariffs. But that did not happen. Market has made new lows since then. 48.93's trade. 48.93 is trading S&P mini. Low of the day, 48.90 half. Down 2.5% here on the S&Ps. Copper down 0.7%. Pre-market Apple 2% lower. Alcoa 1.5% lower. Nvidia nearly 3%. General Motors less than 1% but still lower 0.6. S&P's trading 48.94.75, low of the day 48.90. 95 halves trade here on the S&P. 48.95 half. A little bit of pop off the low right now, guys. A little pop off the low. Could they've taken up to 49.20? Yeah, they could. Could happen. $48.93 halves. If you're trading right now, you have to be very quick. I would use trailing stops just in case there's a massive, move in your direction. You want to automatically have that following you. I would keep your stops very tight, guys. If you're shorting the market right now, I would not be putting your stop anything more than 49. If you're shorting 48.90s, do not risk anything above 49 and keep an 8-point trail stop. That way, if this thing drops 40 points, you're going to follow it immediately. We got new lows, 88.75s printed. Market's already back to 91.5. This thing keeps putting in new lows, but it also, at the same time, it quickly recovers from those lows. That's just a sign of how volatile the market is right now. We are seeing new lows of the day here just recently, 88 halves. Trade now 48.90.75, 48.90 half. New lows of the day. Crazy day. 2.5%. It's pre-market, guys. We're down here on MicroStrategy, chopping it up around 228. This thing's highly contingent on Bitcoin, which dropped to 75,000, rallied back to 76. It's kind of chopping. It's actually not on the lows, which is interesting. But I do expect that if this S&P continues new lows, which it just did here, 87 half, lows 86 half, new lows here, the S&P 86 half, 85, 75, 85 even. Low here 85. New low here on the S&P's 85. 48.85. Again, if you're trading this thing, keep a tight stop. Very tight stop, guys. 49 is where I would not risk more than, because if they break 49, this thing could shoot up to 49.40. Now, don't get me wrong, the trend is lower, but I'm just saying, be very, very tight with your stops. 48.91 trade, 92's trade. They pushed down to 85. They're down 2.5% here on the S&P. Bitcoin, again, I don't see Bitcoin maintaining any massive gains here, considering the weakness in the equities. I would imagine this thing starts to roll over at some point. Can't guarantee it, but that's just what I'm imagining. $48.91's trade here on the S&P, getting a little bit of a pop off the low of the day here, 48.85s. We are trading now at 48.92 half, a little bit of a pop off the low. Again, this is one of those things you can't really be trying to scalp. I've been short on the puts since yesterday. the close. I kind of saw where the market was still higher yesterday. I said, this is bullshit. The tariffs are coming. The president doesn't know what he's doing. The market's going lower. So far, I've been right. Down 2.5% here. 48.97.75. Again, here we go to 49, guys. Careful if they start getting above 49. I would expect a little bit of a short squeeze. Everybody's so short this thing that if they start breaking a little resistance, here we go. 49 straight, 49.01. Careful, we could be getting a little bit of a pop here. I'm not saying to buy it. I'm just saying be careful if you're short. I definitely think you got resistance at 49.30. I'm not telling you not to buy it. Some of my best trades have been buying. If you're buying this thing, don't be risking, in my opinion, 48.93. Tight trailing stop. So if this thing starts to rally, you got a tight stop that just follows it maybe 4 points away. That's kind of how I'd look at it. 48.98 trade, 99 halves, 99.75, 99 trade, 49 evens do prints. So we got a little bit of support at 48.94. If you're trying to work along, I would be using I'd be using that as a stop. I think you could get a little bit of a work higher here. Maybe 49.20 is the resistance above there. Again, you got to keep your stops very tight, guys. Do not be holding 50-point spread on your stops right now. You got to be keeping them tight. Now, at the same time, you don't want to get yourself chopped out, but the risk is so high. I mean, we're already 2.5% lower. 49.02s. So we are seeing a little bit of a short squeeze right now, guys. This is somewhat expected. When you start to break previous minute bar highs, you can start to see this kind of unveil. 49.02 quarters trade, 49.0275, 49.03 trade. We do push up a little bit here after breaking to a new low, 48.85 even. I do expect this market gets hammered all the way tomorrow throughout this U.S. session. I do expect lower lows. I expect they take out the low from the previous week, absolutely. But I do think there's also room for quick pops, very quick pops. Yesterday we saw 100-point rallies in less than a minute. That can happen again today. 49.03's trade. 49.04. So we are seeing this pop above 49, and you can see, you go back in the video about 10 minutes, we were talking about getting above 49, triggering a short squeeze. We're at now 49.07. Keep your stops tight. If you are buying this break above 49, your stop should be above 49. You should have break-even stops. 49.09 quarters trade, 49.09 halves, 49 even, 49 evens trade. Oh, we got 07 quarters now. Okay, you got to have break-even stops if you're buying the 49, because once they get back below it, they could be right back to the 85s. They could be easily dropping back to 85. If you're trying to buy this market, you have to be so quick. Your stops have to be trailing stops. You have to be using trailing stops. Otherwise, you won't be fast enough to keep any profit in your hands. You have to be using trailing stops if you're buying this market. They have to be tight. 5, nothing more than 10 points in my opinion. 49.04, again, this is not financial advice. It's just my opinion. 49.03's trade. We did see a break above 49, took us all the way up to a high of 49.0975. A little bit of sell pressure comes back. I'm not surprised this market is trending lower. 49.04s, 49.0375. The tariffs are in play. Bitcoin, somewhat resilient here, coming back to 76,000. That's actually very surprising to me. Overall, bearish, a little bit of resistance around 78,000. MicroStrategy's down 4% still, despite that pop at Bitcoin. That's a little bit of a sign that that Bitcoin rally might be somewhat oblivious to reality. 49,000, 49.10, 49.10's trade. All right, so they are staying above 49. They're showing a little bit of a short squeeze bias right now. Look at what happened earlier where they broke above the previous minute low, high. They were able to rally from 49.30 all the way up to 49.45 or so. So about 15-point rally. So this is nothing uncommon. They rallied from the resistance at 48.95 all the way up to 49.10. So about 15 points there. So again, market kind of moves in these waves, as you guys know. And right now we're looking at the S&P's just about 15 to 20 points off the session low. So they're down 2%, 2.2%. By no means is the trend ended. By no means is there bullish economics. This is very bearish fundamentally. Tariffs on China, 100%. Awful idea, destroying confidence in free trade. The world's greatest economy is anti-free trade, apparently. This is a very big issue, and until that changes, this is probably going to be the new norm. Heavy sell side, and frankly, at some point, I imagine Senate's going to have to step in. Maybe it's a month away, but if you continue to see the market drop 15% over week by week period, obviously the people in charge are going to have to adjust the fiscal policy, and that's when you could start to say this market has bottomed out, in my opinion. Until then, the fundamentals are so whack, You cannot be buying this thing. Warren Buffett is on the cash sideline, 300 billion. Ken Griffin's pissed off at Donald Trump. Bill Ackman's pissed off at Donald Trump. All of the billionaires are pissed off at Donald Trump. Apple lost $1 trillion, I believe, in market cap. Microsoft is now the most valuable company in the world again. Everybody's losing hand over fist. Tesla has factories in China. Elon Musk, Donald Trump's poster child, is mad at Donald Trump's head of Secretary Treasury. I believe he called him as stupid as a box of rocks today. Everybody's angry about this, and you got to keep in mind this is a fundamental driven sell pressure. This is not technically, this is a technical downtrend, but it's fundamentally driven. 100% fundamentally driven, and that's when these things become dangerous. That's when we're seeing 2% moves overnight. I would be shocked if this was the bottom. I do fully anticipate we break the 48.32 tomorrow. That's my expectation. So 49.09's trade, a little bit of chop trade. They did make some new lows. We saw at 48.85, excuse me. Saw a rally off of that, got through the 49 resistance, got up 10 points. Then it's been about chop for the last 5 minutes. We start to roll through 49. I think we probably see a resurgence of that sell pressure that's been very persistent here today. And we already see now 49.05 or 04s trading here, a little bit of sell pressure coming back in. Your MicroStrategies trade down around 3%. For some reason, these people are buying this junk. This is the most pathetic company in the world. They sell bonds to buy Bitcoin. And yes, Bitcoin might be fascinating, but you cannot run a company by selling debt and buying assets. That's leverage on leverage on leverage, and it's a terrible model. They reported a $5 billion loss for the quarter. They're over their book value by, I think, 20 times. They're just extremely overvalued. 49.02's quarters trade here on the S&Ps. 49.04 is a little chop again, support at 49 even. If you are buying this market, keep tight trailing stops. I recommend trailing stops. If you don't know what a trailing stop is, it's a stop that automatically adjusts based off the difference between your entry price and the furthest the market has gone in your favor since the entry. If you put a 4-point trail stop and the market moves higher 4 points, that means your stop is going to be at your entry point. I highly recommend you use that type of trading methodology. It will keep profits in your account, and it will keep you protected in the event you have massive volatility. 49 holds, 49.04 trades. 49,000 is a bit of short-term support, very short-term support. Again, a little bit of buying pressure, not too many contracts, volume's kind of light, couple hundred, couple thousand, nothing crazy. They're probably going to break through 49 quite soon here if my assumptions are correct. If you go back in the video again about an hour and a half, I said 49.90 half is a fake high. It's not real buying pressure. It's fake. I mean, you think of the news that they put on the Twitter yesterday that made the market rally. It was fake. Somebody said that they were going to cancel the tariffs. That's what this rally was here yesterday. It was a tweet. Somebody said they're going to cancel the tariffs. It was a lie, and everybody started retweeting it. The market rallied. You got to be careful. The market is so sensitive. Even if you have a great trade, you still can lose your face because the market could rally 2% in a minute and then come back to where it is. So you got to be very careful. 49.03's trade. Overall, I'm very short the S&P and MicroStrategy. I think the S&P is a great asset, but I think it's fighting an uphill battle. I think everybody's got to readjust for the fundamental monstrosity that's about to unravel here. 49.03 quarters trade. S&P's at 49.03 quarter. The futures June contract. MicroStrategy down 3.5%. Dow ETF DIA's down 2%. Citigroup's down 3% pre-market. Apple's down 2% pre-market. Everybody's down. I mean, everybody already knows this. It's not that big a deal. We're right now 49.0375 here on the S&P. When's it become a big deal? If we can hit a circuit breaker by the end of the day, then I'll say we made a big deal. But right now, 2.5%, it's nothing. It's a new day. It's the way the markets are now. 49.01 quarters trade. We are approaching that 49 even support. If they do breach that, again, it looks like they actually did just breach that. So looks like we have some sell pressure. So if you're trying to work in a short, I think you could probably use that 49.12 top here as resistance and maybe make that your stop. I wouldn't be willing to risk too much more. Again, this is not financial advice. Trading is dangerous. and the markets are wild as heck right now. But if you are trying to work in a short, I think that's probably a reasonable resistance. As it get closer to that, your risk is ultimately getting tighter to your stop. So, the farther you away from that 49.12, the more risk you have, the closer you are, the smaller your risk. So use that accordingly. If they do break 49.12, you start to see a situation where they have a series of higher highs and higher lows start to form. Now, again, I'm not saying that they're going to do anything in particular, but if they do break this 49.12, then you have this as a swing high, a higher low, and you have to keep using this as basically your next breakdown point. For now, right now, they just broke the 49 support. I think right now the trend is back to the sell side. So I think you're probably seeing people try and sell that 49.12 as resistance, especially if they break below this previous minute low 1/4. They did. There you go. You got some sell pressure coming here. 98 trades, 97 halves trade, 97's trade, 97's trade. Right now, 97 half is trading. Trying to break down here after failing to hold that 49 level. 97's trade, 98's chop here a little bit, but overall, pretty good sign that the sellers are in control. 49's trade. Again, that 49.12 is resistance. I recommend using a trailing stop. If you're selling at that 49, you got a couple points of a little buffer that would have pulled your stop down. So if it was 49.12, it's probably around 49.08 now. So you're reducing your risk as the market moves. Use trailing stops is what I recommend. 49.0175 trade. So the sell pressure kind of abates, but again, it's not anything that I'm going to say I'm bullish. I think again, it could rally. If they break this 49.12, you've got upside around 49.40 is the next resistance, 49.45. So it is a possibility. But overall, I remain bearish. The moving averages remain bearish. What's happening right now, if you look at Bitcoin, this is definitely a problem for the bears. Bitcoin is rallying right now, and that's definitely causing some risk appetite. This is rallying off the lows we had on April 7th. Basically, they couldn't take those out, and you're seeing a little accumulation. Where are you going to step in and try and sell this thing? I don't really necessarily know. I think that you have to look for the rollover through some of these moving averages. Wait for the Bollinger Bands to kind of tighten up, and once they start to go through the lower band of the Bollinger Bands, I think that's probably an appropriate time. Like what we saw over here, we saw some contraction in the Bollinger Bands. Once they started breaching the lower end of that, it kind of rolled over. I think that's an appropriate, and vice versa for breaching the upside. It kind of indicated a reversal. So right now, super wide band, so you're not going to be getting a trigger anytime soon on Bitcoin. But if it contracts, you're going to see the availability of that support to be triggered sooner rather than later. So right now, you got that 49.12 resistance kind of attracting a few sellers, keeping us right below that. Again, if they get this through this 49.12, careful on the short squeezes. There's a lot of people that are short. You can see the volume here. They probably have some stops above that level, I would be thinking. So if they could get through this 49.12, I would be hesitant to short it until there's sign of weakness. So here they go through 49.12. That breakthrough 49 failed. This could be a point where they start to rally it a bit up to 49.40. Again, I can't predict the future, but we are seeing a break through that 49.12 level. So a little bit of resurgence of strength here. We're getting chopped up a little bit, and it's just the way it goes. Still down 2%. That's still a monster move overnight. Market is struggling to break down through some of these lows, but this is not uncommon. Once it gets into this congestion area, you do see this type of behavior where it makes a new low, and then it'll rally for an hour or two, and then it'll come back and it'll make a new low, and then it'll rally for an hour or two, and then it'll come back and make a new low and rally for an hour or two. Very common. That's why you have to be considerate of your time horizon that you're trading. Sometimes looking at these 1-minute charts can be a bit misleading in the sense that you get so many different trends at so many different times. Right now, we just broke 49.12. In that context, yeah, we broke a higher high, and that's bullish. So yes, in the short term, we're seeing some strength. But obviously, you got to be thinking, well, where can I start to look for some shorts? Around the 5,000, we have a high that was basically rejected there at 10 p.m. Eastern. So I think you can be looking there for some new shorts if it even gets there. So I think we're seeing a little bit of chop, and that's probably going to be the case as long as they're above this 48.32. We'll be seeing that type of chop behavior. But they take out this 48.32, and I think you're going to be looking at a little more vertical behavior and patterns, and it could be a nasty session tomorrow if they're able to actually breach that support. It is a big if. That is a big move. That's probably around 4% move. That's a huge move. We act a little greedy now because we're used to the market moving 8% in a day, but 4% move is substantial. 2% right now down, 49.17 trade. We did have a nice breakdown to that 48.85 low there about 15 minutes ago. Been chopping it higher since. They got through the 49.12. That pop continues to 49.22. And again, 49.40 is probably where you start to see a little resistance come through. So the market had its fun, got some dropping to some new lows, and now we're seeing a little bit of a retracement. This is super standard. This happened earlier today as well. When it rallied to 49.99 half, and now we're rallying to 49.23s. I will say this recent rally is not nearly as volatile as the rally that we had around 8 o'clock in terms of we saw some massive spikes, about 30-point spikes in the matter of a minute. So this rally, yes, it is gaining some momentum as we get above that 49.12 level, but it's still not as volatile as we were seeing pre-12 o'clock, the tariff implementation. Again, keep an eye on previous minute lows. If we start to breach them, that might be all it takes to reignite the sell pressure. But once you start taking these swing highs out, 49.12, you pretty much you're breaking resistance. So that's why you have to be cautious. And that's why, again, we talked about buying above when it broke above 49 even. We moved it up to 49.12, and then obviously the market tried to break through 49 as a support, and it did briefly, about 4 points. Again, I do not suspect that the selling is over. I think, yes, we have a wick going on here. Get through 5,000, yeah, we could be rallying up to 5,200, and then that might be where the selling pressure comes in again. And then, yes, of course, the market could end up lower on the session even after that. Yeah, the market literally could rally from here up to 5,200, 300 points, and then come back down by the end of the day. That is a possibility. And it's a good possibility, frankly, because, yes, we did it yesterday. So the market likes to follow tracks that it's already put in place. 49.22s trade, 49.21s trade. And that's why I think Bitcoin probably will be revisiting this 74 level here sooner rather than later. Algorand, and I know some of you might not care about crypto, but I was trying to establish a long position in this, and I had started at 50 cents. This thing was up here. It came down here, popped, and then I stepped out, and then I started buying it around 19, and then I noticed that this thing was starting to break down, and I'm thinking, well, this thing's been at 14 cents before. It's probably going to go back there. Today's low is currently 14.86. So it's a good thing I got out because that was the liquidation price. Okay, a little bit of a wick here on the S&P 49.19 half. Now, it depends how aggressive you are. We just took out a previous minute low. You could sell it here and risk that high. You could risk a 49.23 high and sell it with the trailing stop. The probability of it failing is extremely high because it's so close. But you could say, all right, I got 3-point risk. I could get a new low here. So, yeah, you could be seeing a little sell pressure. We just took out a previous minute low. Again, very low probability, but it is a possibility. Okay, so people are clearly trying that right now. They just dropped us to 49.16. So what's happening is we take out a previous low. It's not necessarily meaning that it's going to go to a new low, but people are trying it. They say, all right, we had a run. They'll put a stop in here real tight trailing, and they'll sell it. And they'll say, all right, let's see what that trail goes, and it'll go with it. And, it's going with it. So obviously if it's 4 points, they're already in break even. So if it wants to go 20 points, it goes 20 points, and the trail stop follows. If not, they're out. But here, you can see it did move a little bit. Again, super tight markets on the stops, guys. You got to be tight right now. You cannot be having wide. And frankly, you got to pick your position entries very particularly. You cannot just be moving in every position every time you break a minute bar, unless you're a programmer and you have a good algorithm, which, frankly, I am a programmer. But we're not talking that now. 49.18 trade, 49.19 trade, 49.18 trade, a little chop. Right now, your guess is as good as mine what happens. I am overall bearish on the day. 49.18 quarters trade, 49.18.75, 49.19 trade. A little bit of accumulation after they got through the 49 resistance. It's been pretty much a a short-term gain. You've basically had a couple, if you want to talk Elliott wave, some people think it's silly, but you got an A wave, a B wave, and then a C wave at least. So in that sense, this could be the extent of the pullback. In that case, this would be the high 49 quarter, and they could be working off that. So tricky to tell. So tricky to tell. 49.17 straight, 49.16 halves are trading. Overall, fundamentally bearish on this session. Look at the trend. We are kind of, trend lines are kind of silly because they're so subjective. And they change, based on the size of your screen. As you move the screen, the trend line can look different. So I think they're kind of silly. I prefer to look at the higher highs and the higher lows. The actual points of rejection. 49.33, 49.47 quarter. These areas that the market rallied into and rejected. Those are the important things. The points that you draw your trend lines off of, essentially, but the actual price is more important. I prefer horizontally. I like to look at the market as a horizontal element rather than a vertical, even though markets do follow trends. But again, here we are seeing a little bit of a development here where the market starting to break down again. 49.15s, 49.47, 14.75s trade, 49.14.75s. Yeah, again, this could be the top right here. It's hard to say, but it's definitely trying to break down here. This little peak that they put in at 49.24.75, they're trying to break down again, and you start to see a little bit of a descending pattern come in place. If you're trying to sell this, you have to have a super tight stop. Any one of these little highs right here that in the previous few minutes I would be using as a trigger for an exit. So 49.15 trade. This is all based off of the development in tariffs. 100%. 49.14.75 trade. 49.14 quarters do trade. 49.14.75 do trade, ladies and gentlemen. 49.16s do trade. For the record, if anybody is interested in subscribing to a Squawk channel, I do not have one yet, but I can create one. I used to do one for Traders Audio. I don't know if anybody's heard of that company, but I used to work for them. If you do want to me to get a Squawk going again, send me an email, ibjavaapi@gmail.com. I'll put it in the chat. ibjavaapi@gmail.com. If there's demand for it, I will open up the channel again. I used to run a Squawk on TD Ameritrade, actually, the Forex channel. And obviously haven't done that for over a decade, but certainly the experience is there. 49.13 trade. We are seeing a little bit of a development here off of the 49.25 area where the buy pressure subsides and the sellers are starting to try and take control again. Overall, I think we've said it, we are quite bearish, but we do not want to underestimate the ability of these short-term rallies. Okay, let's look at the we're keeping an eye on cryptocurrencies just because they're such a great proxy for risk aversion or risk appetite. And right now, Bitcoin's recovering. It's almost, down 5% on the day, but it's recovered off of the 74,000 level by about 2,000. It's the second time that it's done this today, actually. So I still think that the trend's lower. MicroStrategy's down 3% still, which again, it's a garbage company. They basically sell and dilute shareholders' value so they can buy Bitcoin. And look at S&P's here, 49.06.75. So again, we did see, again, we talked about the possibility of these Elliott waves kind of being the top. It's hard to say until you break through 48.85, but, the market does have these periods where they make lows and then they'll rally for 15 minutes. You're never going to have a period where it's just new low every 5 minutes for 10 months straight. Obviously, the market would run out of places to go because it would just be going lower and lower. So obviously, you have to account for that as you trade. The market's going to make lows. It's going to rally. The market's going to make highs. It's going to drop. And right now, we're in a bit of a chop trade environment. So it's kind of difficult, to get a position at this point because you really don't have any good anchor levels. You don't really have any good close anchor levels. Um, you really, if you're getting short, the best anchor level I like to look on the hourlies is this high that you've kind of popped up to 49.99 half, and even that I would give it a little bit of a buffer as well, maybe 10 points, because they could just pop up there, try and trigger stops, and then come back down. Market's really tricky like that. 49.0675, but again, overall it's a weak market. 49.02s, look at this weakness, it's incredible. 49.0275s, we're down here 2.25% on the day already, and it's just 1 a.m. here Eastern time. I am in Florida, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a great day wherever you are. If you do have any questions, comments, concerns, do not hesitate to send me an email, ibjavaapi@gmail.com. Again, that's ibjavaapi@gmail.com if you do have any questions, comments, concerns. 49.02's trade, low of the day 48.85. 49.0275's trade. Session low 48.85, so we're about 15 points off the low after rallying up to 49.25. Sell pressure resumes, and we have that support that we rallied off of at 48.9675. That's a big support level. They start taking out 48.9675. You probably can, you can be looking for a test of 48.85, I think. So let's see here. 49.02 straight. 49.0275 straight. 49.03 quarter straight. 49.0375. So a little bit of chop, but overall bearish bias, no doubt about it for the day. Down 2.25. Let's just check the headlines. The peso's at 20.9, so the dollar is actually quite strong versus the peso. $1 equals 1.4 Canadian dollars, so not as strong for the month there. Euro is at this point trading 1.1, so 1 euro is gaining on the value versus the dollar at this time in the face of weakness. Let's take a look at what the headlines are. Trump's reciprocal tariffs kick in. China to see net total tariffs of 104. India's central bank cuts policy rate by 25 basis points to 6% to boost slowing growth. So that is a new development that just came through. We are taking a look here. What else is going on? Bonds. That's been an interesting place. They're up. Yields are higher. That means nobody's buying the U.S. bonds right now. And that's actually a really big problem. Not only because I converted my 401k into bonds, but because that means that the United States is having trouble attracting foreigners to purchase our bonds, our debt, which is an indication of aversion. People are not interested in U.S. assets at this time, and I don't necessarily blame them. There's an aversion to U.S. assets as they implement these tariffs that are extremely anti-competitive, and they are anti-free trade, which our country obviously does not stand for at this time. So I think that's why these yields are going higher. And there's probably an expectation that inflation is going to be coming in. And that inflation expectation is basically saying, hey, the Federal Reserve can't cut rates. They're going to have to raise rates to fight the inflation. And that is why these interest rates are probably going up right now. Is everybody's caught off guard. People were thinking we were in a trajectory to cut rates. Over the past 6 months, everybody's talking rate cuts. But now Donald Trump comes in. He actually wants rate cuts, but ironically, everything he does is anti-rate cut. By creating inflationary environment, he's creating a situation where they can't cut rates. Hence, the market is just absolutely dismal position right now, 48.91 quarter. Not only are they creating growth constraints by adding tariffs to every trading partner that exists in the world for no reason whatsoever, at a time when growth was phenomenally attractive and on a roll. They add these constraints to growth that are going to, in fact, impact the ability for GDP to become positive and remain positive. Not saying I think it'll be negative, but it's going to be difficult. Not only is that occurring, but price pressures because of these tariffs. So you have two factors impacting the market, the S&P right now. Again, tariffs are making things more expensive. And secondly, growth is going to be impacted 100%. So these are, if you're wondering, are the tariffs good? The answer is no. And if you want to argue with me, I'm here all day. 48.97 quarters trade here. Low of the day, 48.85. MicroStrategy's down 3.5%. Bitcoin still hanging on there, 76,346. S&Ps are probing for lows. They're ready. They're just inching towards that 48.85, ladies and gentlemen. I would not be surprised if we see a new low here in the very short near future here. Again, that said, they start breaking these resistance, 49.07. They very well could test this 49 quarter. But again, I am very bearish. Personally, I am bearish. So that's just the way it is. It's not trading advice. It's just the way I think the market looks. Down 2.5%. It's hard not to be bearish. It's 1 a.m. here, Eastern Coast. 4900s trade. Major sell-off underway here in the S&P 500. General Motors down nearly 3%. Dow Jones down around 2%. Citigroup 3%. Copper down 1%. Apple down 2%. Alcoa down 2.5%. Nokia down 1%. Nvidia down nearly 3%. Pre-market Nvidia is trading here around 93.70. Low of the day, 93.25. I take that back. Low from yesterday is 92.59. Okay, we're at 93.60. So we're holding above the lows. I fully anticipate Nvidia to break those lows tomorrow. Absolutely expect testing of 86.62 tomorrow. Could be wrong, but that's my anticipation. 4900s trade here on the S&P. 4900, little chop trade here, 15 points above the low. Treacherous session here, 2.4%. India's cutting interest rates. That doesn't impact the S&P. They still drop them. See what we got going on over here. Somebody says to me, they're selling U.S. bonds because they need liquidity and all they have is U.S. bonds. This is the body of exporter economies eating itself. Okay? They need liquidity, and sure, everyone wants liquidity. Okay? Nobody's doubting that. Also, why would you buy bonds of a country that is taxing you 100%? That is a big factor, for sure. If you're China, you're not going to say, oh, let's buy U.S. bonds. Let's support their economy with bonds. No, you're not buying bonds of the United States any longer. That's what's happening. There's no demand for the U.S. bonds at this point from China. I would be shocked if they continue to buy these bonds. What are they buying? German bonds. Bunds, as they call it. German bunds, look at that. The yield's lower. What are they buying? The UK 10-year. They're buying European bonds. That's where the new safe haven is, guys. New safe haven is European bonds. The new safe haven is European bonds, guys. That's the thing. European bonds are the safe haven. Okay? That's the thing. And you can't forget it. It's super important. All right? 48.93's trade. 48.93 halves. Why would you buy bonds of a country that is basically trying to destroy you? You wouldn't. That's why they're selling everything in the United States right now. China doesn't trust the United States. Why would you leave money in the United States if they're about to take everything? They're going to take the ports in Panama? Why would you leave your money in the U.S. banks? You take all your money out of the banks. You take everything out of the United States if you're a foreigner. Absolutely. 48.91 halves trade. Why would you keep it in the United States if you're a foreigner? It would make no sense. If I'm a Chinese billionaire and I have assets in the United States, if I have bonds in the United States, if I have stocks in the United States, and they're tariffing my country 100%, who's to say that they don't add tariffs for exporting capital, for transferring funds from on a wire transfer? Who's to say they don't try that kind of business? I'm not saying that they will, but I'm saying if I'm a billionaire, that's what I'm thinking. I'm taking all my cash out of the United States and I'm putting it in a safe country that's not doing this very bizarre bully tactic economics. I'm going to Germany. I'm going to the United Kingdom. I'm even going to Japan. But frankly, it looks like the German bonds are the most stable at this time. 48.95 is trading. It's a very complex situation unraveling at this time. Bitcoin, again, I don't believe this rallies. Everybody that has Bitcoin is on a prayer. A lot of people are margined. This is not a time to be margined to the gills. So I think we got a lot of things going on with that. Now, the S&Ps, again, I'm super bearish. They can rally. They just got a bullish engulfing, okay? So we took out a previous 3-minute bar high after taking out the previous low. So that's pretty bullish, actually. All right? So at this time, you kind of have to sit back and say, we've got a range. And we had a very strong attempt to roll over. You go back 16 minutes, we talked about risking the breakdown at 16 and risking the high at 25. You would have got a couple points out of that. But now at this point, you really have to sit back and stop and say, all right, we've put ourselves in a range. We've put ourselves in a range, and that range is basically 48.8875, this low that they've got there. And then the high is 49.25. You pretty much have to say, inside of there, I'm sitting on the sidelines. That's what I think the best approach is right now. It's a wide range. Yeah, it's about 40 points, but it could chop you back and forth for the next 2 hours inside this range, guys. So you've got to keep that in mind. Okay, we are bearish overall, but I also know the market loves to chop. So keep these things in mind. You got to use trailing stops. As far as news, we are waiting China's response. This is not anything that's on the calendar, but I'm telling you, it is what's going to drive the next massive movement. The next massive market mover, Chinese response to U.S. tariff. Okay, 100% tariff. How are they going to respond? That is the key that everyone is paying attention to. What is the next market mover that moves everything 4.5% in a second? When China comes out and says, we're going to do X, Y, Z. That is when everybody scrambles and says, oh my gosh, this is a huge trade war. I am a betting man, and I would bet that they are not going to roll over. I guarantee you China is not going to come out and say, oh, we will appease you, Donald. We will remove all our tariffs. We will stop pegging our currency. But let me tell you something. Everything that Donald Trump is doing is creating the exact opposite of what he wanted. He wanted lower interest rates. He's creating inflation that's going to prohibit lower interest rates. He wanted the Chinese currency to stop devaluing itself versus the dollar. But the U.S. dollar is reaching its highest levels in many, many years versus the Chinese currency as he kills confidence in their economy. And they essentially create stimulus risk, which would devalue the currency. So in essence, he's creating the two things that he didn't want with his actions. Just to summarize once more, he wanted lower interest rates, but he's creating inflation which will prohibit lower interest rates. He's also creating a situation where people do not want the bonds or they can't afford them, so they have to sell them, and it creates a higher interest rate environment. Secondly, he's creating weakness in the Chinese economy, which is creating a devaluation in the currency, which makes it easier to import Chinese products. Something that people fail to recognize is that a strong currency is good, but a strong currency will lead to a trade deficit by definition. If your currency is strong, you can buy everybody's chips. It's like a poker table. If you have a strong pot, if you have all the chips in every table, at the table, you can buy everybody's pot easier because it's not as much difficulty to you. If somebody has 100 chips, but you've got 1,000,000, you can go all in every time. Same thing with the U.S. and Chinese trade. We have a stronger currency. We can easily afford to purchase their products because it is cheaper for us. Our currency is stronger. It's easier to mobilize. These are things that people are not accounting for. And they say, oh, we have to even the deficit. Well, I'll tell you how you even the deficit. Devalue the currency. It's a terrible idea, but that's how you even a deficit. You make it so cheap that other countries can afford to buy our goods. How's Mexico going to afford to buy a good in the United States when their peso is 20 to 1? How is China going to be able to afford to buy anything in the United States when their currency is, I don't know the exact figure, 70 to 1? It can't. If you want the trade deficit to be flattened out, you have to flatten the currency. It's that simple, but we can't. Our currency is too strong, and the stronger the currency gets, the larger the trade deficit is going to grow. So we have a very bad dynamic right now where our currency is getting stronger. Our currency is calling for imports. It's basically set up to be an import economy. And we have a situation where our president is not allowing that. So we have a very conflicting situation, and this is why the market's down 2.5% right now. 49.03's trade here on the S&P. Chop trade here. Just talking because it's chopping here. 48.88 support, 49.24 is resistance. Inside there, I'm not doing anything. I wouldn't recommend you do either. Choppy trade, a lot of wicks. Could be like this for the next 3 hours. Bitcoin's trying to rally. The S&Ps are down about 2.3. Bitcoin's technically down around 4% for the 24-hour period. But in relation to the lows that it created, it has certainly experienced a more substantial rally off of those lows. So I think once this thing starts to drop, it probably drops a lot heavier. And when it does start to drop, you'll probably be seeing the S&Ps making new lows at that same time. So these are two things to watch. They tend to move together. When the S&Ps are dropping, you see Bitcoin dropping. Here, look at the move there around Greenwich time, 125, and in terms of Eastern time, 5-minute period, to keep it simple. You can see here, same period, it was making new lows. So they are moving in tandem, but the S&P is actually below that low, but Bitcoin is above that. So we have a very interesting divergence. One of the trades that you could probably put on is sell Bitcoin and buy the S&P, just because the S&P is below that anchor low from 830, and Bitcoin is above that anchor low quite substantially. So I think you have a little bit of a spread trade opportunity there where you could sell Bitcoin and buy the S&P. And they're both highly correlated assets, so that would probably work out for until they start to come into parallel. If you use that anchor low, from 130, once Bitcoin starts to get to that low, I think you probably start to unwind. But again, it's just a concept. I don't know how it's going to perform as a trade. But 49.12's trade here, S&P's definitely chopping it up. Look at these wicks. Once you start to see these horizontal trends form, you got to step back because you can get wicked out, And here you rally, you sell off, and now you're rallying again in terms of the past 5 minutes, 15 minutes. Now here we go. We broke the prior 5-minute high, so they're trying to pop. They'll probably go up to 49.25 at this point, but even that's hard to say because it's so choppy here. See, here you go again, some more sellers. There's so much volatility right now. It's phenomenal. But realistically, you have to be very careful when it gets horizontal. Trade now 76,470. S&P's 49.10. Chop trade. Very choppy. 49.08. Questions, comments, concerns, email ibjava@gmail.com. IB the letter, just like interactive brokers. That is what that represents. IB API. IB Java API. I'm a Java programmer. The other videos on this channel are high frequency algorithms I've written. Right now we're just talking price action. 49's trade. See here again, that whipsaw. This is what I'm talking about. This is terrible trading conditions. Unless you have a larger time frame. But from a 5-minute trading, you can't really do much here. Here you go, breaking the previous low. All right, so this is bearish just like that again. And let's see what Bitcoin's doing. 76,300. Okay, a little bit of weakness starting to try and form here on Bitcoin. I think you could probably see a little sell pressure coming in and risking the 76,600 level. If it starts to get above that, I think that sell pressure is probably exhausted. But Look, I mean, look at this chop. There's no conviction here at this time. It's back to 49.05. Chop trade. 48.88 is our key support. If it breaks that, then we can talk about the trend resuming. For now, I would just sit on your hands and relax. There's not much action. MicroStrategy's worst company in the world, trading here at 230 in my opinion. I think it's awful. 230. Had a very rough couple days here. Definitely Bitcoin is a good asset in terms of the technology. If you've ever used it, it's a phenomenal asset. The fact that you can transfer things across so many different platforms at any given time without really any limit in terms of there's no cutoff period or we're closed type of thing. I mean, it's great technology, but is it worth 76K? I don't know. It was just as good technology at 5K as it is 76, so I don't really know what the value is. 49.08 quarter. Chop trade here, guys. I need a drink. I'm gonna get a cold one. Be right back. Guys, we're still here. We're just standing away because it's choppy. 49.15 straight again. They established some support at that 48.88 after a higher low above the 48.85 support. And at that point, we indicated chop was likely. Bitcoin continues to try and hold support. Okay, it's approaching that 76,600 level. It very well could break through it. But overall, the market is contained within about a 35-point range right now. So we are still here. We are just standing by and avoiding this chop trade. Trade now 49.12. Choppy trade here, guys. Not much action. 49.12 printing. No major news coming out right now. Nikkei stock average down 5.2%. Treasuries are selling off, apparently, which is interesting. Everything's down. It's like, what do you buy? Can't buy stocks, can't buy bonds. What the hell can you buy? Everything's getting clobbered. But German bonds are definitely down. Japanese bonds down. 10-year United Kingdom bond down. So that's where people are going, Europe. And that's why the euro is so strong right now. You're looking for a stable investment? Look no further than the euro. You want to buy some calls on something good? The euro. Talk about a stable place. That's where all the money's going, to buy bonds over there. That's a huge thing to recognize. The flow of money is going to Europe. That's where the hot money's going, guys. Everything is going to Europe. Look at the euro. Up today. 5 days, 1 month, 1 year, 5 years. It's just beautiful. It's very undervalued compared to where it was in 2010 during the euro crisis and whatnot. Okay, so everybody is buying the euro. And they're buying, what are they doing when they get the euro over there? They're buying German bonds. They're buying UK 10 years. That's where the safe place is, my friends. So, if you're looking for stocks, probably European stocks as well. Probably the safest place to be if you have to buy stocks. 49.09 straight. Nvidia down 2.5. Definitely bearish. Definitely bearish in a big way. Is it going to be choppy for the next hour and a half? Yes, probably. But overall, I think I'll wake up and see some new lows below 48.85. I'd be very surprised if not. 49.13 straight. So choppy right now. Guys want to take a nap? This is a good time to do it. Set an alarm for a couple hours. Ideally, don't day trade within minute time frames. Look at the hourly. Look at the daily, even better. Trend is so clearly lower. for the first time in a long time. So I think this is where we got to be looking. Lower with force. 49.13 trade, 49.14 trade. Choppy, guys, very choppy right now. Copper recuperating some of its losses off the lows. Man, I had some copper calls up here at 5.15 last week, man. That's so sad. I should have been buying puts. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? 76,700 on Bitcoin. So this thing continues to pop. People are fleeing to Bitcoin, it seems, for the moment. Avoiding U.S. stocks, buying some crypto. $49.14 trade. I'm curious about crude oil here. See what it's doing. Down 4%. Wow. Whew. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Nat gas is up 1%. Gold up 1.5. Copper's still down a little bit. Euro's crushing it up almost 1%. Pounds up 0.5%. As mentioned, Europe is hot. I'm still bearish on Bitcoin. I'm still bearish on the S&Ps. I do like the cryptocurrency technology again, but just the way it's been used from investment standpoint by MicroStrategy. I'm short MicroStrategy. I think it's a Ponzi scheme. 49.0675 trade here on the S&P. 49.06 quarters. I'd love to see some action. I'd love to see just new lows by new low by new low. It would be great. That's why we're here. Bring us some new lows, baby. 49.03's trade. We are starting to get a little action. Let's see if it can pick up here. 49.01s. 49.01s, 49 evens trade. Okay, back to 49.01 quarter. 49.99. Did print for a brief moment. Now up to 01. 49.01's trade. Come on, guys. Break it down. Give us some action, baby. 49.02s are printed. 01.75. So 1 quarter, 1 half. 49.175. 49 even. Chopping here, but definitely a little bit of a drop off the 49.20 resistance. Let's see if we can breach that low at 48.97.5. If they can take this out, we might very well see a test of these lows at 85. This is the low from about 15 minutes ago. You can see it even better on the 1 minute, where they dropped and then popped quick. So there's definitely some weakness in this market, down 2.3% at this time. Copper down about 0.7% at this time. Bitcoin is somewhat struggling to get above the 76,600 level. Made it up to 76,768, but was quickly rejected, and now 534. 49.05 quarters trade. Man, this chop is just brutal. This is why I like just drawing horizontal lines and just stepping aside, to be honest. We can make it a little tighter now, though. This horizontal support is a little tighter because we've got a major support that was formed. And technically, you could probably, if you wanted to, you could use this 49.17 as your breakout level. So that's how I would look at it. I'd say, all right, it's a range. Let's see if we can get a break out of these, and then I would take the direction of that with a tight stop. All right. right, Bitcoin, here we go. Starting to get a little roll. That means the S&P is probably going to do the same if it can get through this 97.5 level. Be huge. So choppy right now. I'm getting tired. $76,482's due trade. On Bitcoin, 428's print. S&P's chopping here right about 4,900. 49.05's trade. I mean, this is crazy. 100% tariff is just, who the hell is this making this idea? It's incredible. 49.04 is due print here on the S&Ps. Excuse me. All right, here we go. 49 halves trade. Come on, let's get Bitcoin and the S&Ps rolling. If they could just take out that 97.5 level, it should open them up to be able to test the lows. I really suspect that is the initiation of that move. Bitcoin's showing a little weakness up here. S&P's testing 97.75's trade, 97.75's hold, 98's print. Let's see if they break this 97.50. They're about to do it. I mean, it looks like they're gonna do it. I'd be shocked if they can't get through that 97.50. 99's due print. So we did test that 97.50 support. So far it is holding. The more we test it, the more likely we're gonna break it. 98.75's print. They're gonna have to pop quick here if they don't want to break this thing. Okay, so far nothing crazy. 49's print. Could it get a relief rally here if they can get above 49.02? Okay, so that support that we drew earlier at 97.5 does hold. And you can see it actually printed 97.5. They couldn't break it. So that was a very valid support level, as you can see. But it is quite unfortunate because it is leading to extremely dull price action. We just want new lows non-stop, just so we can relax. 48.99's print. 48.99's print. Choppy. That support holds. S&P 48.99's print. 98.75. Here we go. Broken. They did break that. Okay, so this is opening us up. That's it. I think that's the breakdown that we're looking for. For whom the bell tolls. There you go. That's what it's talking about. All right. Got a little bit of sell pressure, broken support. The trend appears to be reactivated. So let's see here. Okay, so the trend lower appears to be back in action, baby. The way we like it. 93.50's print. 92.75's print. So they broke that support. We're seeing a decent amount of sell pressure here. 93.5's printing. 94's print. Could they stabilize at this support that they have at 91 at 88.75? Yes, they could. Is it likely? For a minute, yeah, probably you're going to see some people say, oh, let me try to buy that 88.75 low. Do I think they're going to stand much of a chance? Probably not. This is a pretty powerful trend. We're down 2.5% on the S&P. Bitcoin's at 76,577. While it is off its low, it's definitely down for the day, around 3.5%, 4%. So overall, it's a risk-off environment. 48.91's due print. So they broke that 97.5 support, got a nice 6-point drop, 6 handles down. Support does exist at 88.75 as mentioned. Some people are trying to scoop up some value here, but most likely they're doing so in vain. 48.91's print. Again, my philosophy, because I've sat here and I've traded so many charts, 1 minute charts, that it gets exhausting. And frankly, it's impossible to look at every time a trend changes on a minute chart. It's just impossible. What I did is I sold puts. I bought a put yesterday before the close. I bought a put, and it pretty much tripled before the close. It's nothing crazy to get right home about, but I feel less stressed out when I say, all right, I'm going to make a 3-day trade as opposed to a 1 minute, 2 minute trade. So 48.93 sprint. So I am going through this technical analysis for your benefit, but I don't anticipate that I will trade it because I'm already short. 48.90.75's print. 48.90 quarters. Ooh, there we go, baby. 48.85, 48.85. They're new lows, guys. We got a new session low. 48.82 quarters to print. Bitcoin's coming down a little bit, but S&Ps are weaker. Wow, 48.71.75 print, 48.77 print currently. Low of the day, 48.71.75 trade now 48.76. We did see a huge sell-off there. They broke that 87 support. They broke the 80. They broke the initial support that we had horizontally drawn at 97. Then they broke the 88s, and then they just broke through the 85 low to go 15 points to 48.71.75. So huge weakness there today in the S&Ps. Crazy, down about 3% here on the session. The weakness persists. Everybody is going to Europe. This is where the money is flowing. They're buying euros. Look at the euro. Look at the FTSE. This is unbelievable. That was maybe yesterday. I don't know. But look at the currency. That's up 0.7%. The euro. The pound's up 0.5%. Look at the bonds. The German bond, the yield's lower. That means people are buying the bonds. The 10-year UK yield is lower. That means people are buying the bonds. Here's Bitcoin at 76,439. We need this thing to roll over big time. We have MicroStrategy puts as well. That's a Ponzi. Trade now down about 3.5%. S&P is getting a little bit of pop off the low. This is why you got to use trailing stop, guys. Trailing stops would have captured that drop and given you a little bit of a follow through, and you would have captured some of that move. Now we're coming. So that was the kind of move we're looking for, and now it's going to be one of those horizontal type situations again. So that was fun while it lasted. The market does tend to do this, as I mentioned earlier today. It tends to have its moves in waves. So we get these waves, and you just got to pick out a support and basically let it happen. Now, if you're trying to get an aggressive entry, you could probably use the low from the current bar at 83.5. And if they break that, you could probably short whatever high they put in before they broke it. So, but right now they're popping off the low. So that was good. It's good to see this weakness. As a short holder, and it's good to just have a nice read on it. 48.86.75. Had my girlfriend buy some puts as well before the close. She doesn't know much about the market, but she's actually doing better than I am. She just buys and holds. But she has a ton of Ford, and I said, you got to protect yourself. Ford is actually not doing too bad today. It's down about 0.5%. All right, so here's the S&Ps. They very well could get another test of the low if they break this 83.5. And if they do, and you're shorting it. Okay, so it looks like they just broke it. So if that's your trigger to short, I would just not risk more than 89. So that's where I'd be putting my buy stop, and I'd be trailing 5 points. So, you're not going to be. You're going to have to get a drop here quick, but you can see your stop would pretty much already be break even now. If you sold at 83 and your stop's 89, that's 6 points. We just moved down to 81. So you're about three points of movement from your entry. So yeah, and you'd probably get stopped out here, to be frank. But yeah, see, okay, now we're at 87. So you got to be quick, and you don't want to be holding on to things too long if you're trying to do these minute trades. It's too hard. I write computer programs to do this for me, this type of quick trading. And I don't make money doing it, frankly. It's too hard. 48.91 halves trade. S&P's had a massive breakdown. It's been pretty enjoyable to watch. Now you have a good horizontal support. You pretty much box it again. Say, hey, there's the support. And then you say, where's your resistance? Well, I would say this is probably the best one. 49.1675. So these are the levels. They break these, then you can start looking for more follow through. But right now, chop again. Don't get chopped up. Just chill. Hands on. Sit on your hands. Don't do anything right now. 2.6% down. Established minor support 48.79. It's 1:44 a.m. here, guys. I'm exhausted, to be honest. Just checking. Is China threatens the Panama Canal? Is what the United States is saying. Guys, these guys they just like to argue with people. No news on China's response, but time in Beijing. Let's see. 1:44 p.m. I'm sure it's coming. I'm sure they have something to say. I'm sure it'll hit the market at some point today. But we're rage bound, guys. Sit on your hands. Avoid the chop. They're probing that low again. It looks like they're trying. Didn't quite get it yet, but it's definitely looking weak. 48.83 quarters print. 48.79 support. Bitcoin's at 76,399.2. We do have a bit of minor support, 48.79. A bit of chop trade, though, like I said. Chop trade. Don't get chopped up, please. Can we hit a circuit breaker? That is the question. Hopefully so. 4886.5 is trade here on the S&P. A little bit of support there at that 79 even. It's still holding. A little bit of chop trade taking place right now, guys. Very common. What probably is happening is people put sell stops below 48.79. Once you trigger that, you'll see a big move. 48.88.75's trade. Right now, there's no sell stops being triggered. So that's why you get these big moves. People put sell stops below critical support levels. They break them and pshoo, you hit a bunch of stops. I mean, it's kind of easy to pick where the stops are. There's probably some buy stops above this high of 48.92. So we're probably going to get a little rally now. I mean, just took out a swing high. So this is what the chop is, guys. Just got to live with it. All right, guys, I do need to get some sleep. I have to work in 6 hours. I'm a software engineer, so I'm gonna have to go to the office. But this market and stream will continue, and if I wake up, I will chime in. So feel free to stick around, guys. Please do subscribe. This stream will continue to run. Markets are melting down. The market crash is real. Tariffs are a terrible idea. U.S. bonds are losing their luster as European take the spotlight. Euro stronger, bonds stronger, Germany and the United Kingdom. So that seems to be the hot spot. S&P's down 2.5 roughly. Bitcoin's down around 3. So a lot of weakness, a little bit of chop right now, a little trying to recover, a little bit of recovery underway right now. But again, below 48.79, watch out for some sell stop triggering. Have a great day, great night, and keep those stops very tight. Talk to you soon. All right, as expected, market takes a tank here, and I'm going to end this stream and restart it just so it's saved.